Good morning, everyone. Those of you who are present here in this hall and those who participate online. My name is Maria Krasnenko, and I will be the moderator of our event today. I would like to remind you that we have simultaneous interpretation function. Feel free to take your headset or you can use online interpretation. Some of the speakers will be speaking in English.
Use appropriate language in the Zoom or use a headset provided here in the hall. Ми ще раз щиро вітаємо вас на форумі партнерство держави та громад.
Welcome to the State Community Partnership Forum. This forum aims to create the professional and open dialogue between state authorities, local self-government bodies, civil society organizations, and international partners in addressing housing needs of a war-affected population. This event is held in the mixed format. We have online and offline participants. Some participants that join us online may follow us on Zoom platform or watch our live broadcast on YouTube. Feel free to ask questions. We will provide answers to the questions of participants of this forum. Use this opportunity and my colleagues will help me to manage the questions to make sure that I announce all the questions we are getting. During the air raid siren, we should not go anywhere. We are already located in the shelter, in the premises that is suitable and can be used during the air raid alerts. And if you in your respective region or community hear the air raid siren, please proceed to the safe place. To open this forum, I would like to give floor to Mr. Maciej Janczak, head of the Council of Europe office in Ukraine. Mr. Janczak participates in our forum online. Over to you.
Thank you so much, and Dobro Choranku, dear colleagues. Thank you for this introduction. Distinguished participants, dear partners and colleagues, welcome to today's forum. It's my great pleasure to be able to address you on this important occasion. On behalf of the Council of Europe office in Ukraine, I would like to express our sincere appreciation for your dedication to one of Ukraine's most pressing challenges: securing adequate housing for internally displaced persons and war-affected population. We are proud to support this forum through our project called Facilitating Housing Solutions for the War-Affected People in Ukraine Phase 2. It is implemented under the Council of Europe Action Plan for Ukraine, Resilience, Recovery and Reconstruction for the period 23 and 26. Dear friends, this year marks 30 years of Ukraine's membership in the Council of Europe. 3 decades of shared values, cooperation, and meaningful commitments. Over this time, and particularly within the current action plan, we have supported an unprecedented number of activities. Housing, as a fundamental pillar of dignity and resilience, has received dedicated attention, including through a targeted housing track. We are particularly proud of several key achievements. I would like to highlight the introduction of the rental subsidy for the internally displaced persons, which is a significant step toward addressing housing needs in a practical and human rights-based manner. Equally important is the development of the draft National Housing Strategy, which will lay the foundation for a comprehensive social housing reform. The Council of Europe promotes policies rooted in human rights standards, including the right to adequate housing. This concept clearly indicates that housing must be safe, affordable, habitable, and accessible. Housing is more than just infrastructure. It's about dignity, empowerment, healing, and inclusion. It is an investment in rebuilding lives and strengthening social cohesion. Local authorities, who are closest to the people, are uniquely positioned to understand and respond to these needs. They must not be left alone, though. They must be equipped with strategic, financial, and technical tools to act effectively. This forum offers an important opportunity to exchange best practices, forge partnerships, and co-create sustainable, people-centered housing solutions. The Council of Europe remains firmly committed to supporting transparent, rights-based approaches that reinforce local governance and foster trust between institutions and communities. The path ahead will demand innovation, coordination, and solidarity. But through shared responsibility and strong partnership, we can turn today's challenges into the building blocks of a more inclusive and more resilient Ukraine. I wish you a very fruitful forum today, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Дякую, містер Янчик. Дякую вам за долученість і будемо сподіватись на вашу участь далі.
Thank you, Mr. Yanchik. Thank you for your participation, and we are looking forward to your participation in the panel discussions. At this point, I would like to give floor to Ms. Natalia Kozlovska. She participates in the forum online. Ms. Kozlovska is Deputy Minister for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Ms. Kozlovska, if she is there, I request my colleagues to make sure she can take a floor. If she has not joined us, as it seems to be the case, I would like to give floor to Mr. Pavlo Frolov, Member of Parliament of Ukraine, head of the Temporary Special Commission on Protection of Property and Non-Property Rights of Internally Displaced Persons and other persons affected by the armed aggression of the Russian Federation. Over to you, Mr. Frolov. Thank you very much, Ms. Krasnenko. Thank you, dear colleagues from the Council of Europe office. Thank you all organizers of this forum. The housing needs of internally displaced persons and war-affected population is a key focus of our activities. The Commission was created back in 2023. We have about 4.5 million of internally displaced persons, and the 6 million persons 4.5 million persons are internally displaced persons, and 6 million persons reside in temporarily occupied areas, and about 6 million people have gone abroad, and most of them reside temporarily in the EU countries. And we have determined the focus of our efforts within the framework of activities of the Special Commission. That should be the way to satisfy housing needs of the population. Together with the experts of the World Bank and UN, experts estimate that by the end of 2024, 2.5 million households in Ukraine have lost their housing or had their housing badly damaged. That is a huge challenge, and we can overcome this challenge through consolidating efforts of the government authorities, national organizations, and international partners, charitable foundations in Ukraine and beyond. Household means 2 persons at least, which shows that this number is huge. In fact, it is unprecedented challenge since the World War II in Europe. We have not seen such a huge challenge and how to satisfy the needs in housing for these people. And it is the size of the countries such as Croatia or other countries in Eastern Europe. We received 19 billion hryvnias to finance e-recovery program. Additionally, 15 billion hryvnias were the balance of funds in the budget of 2024, and the 4 billion hryvnias were reallocated from the road fund. And it means that we were able to provide for housing needs for a greater number of Ukrainian citizens. And currently, we are implementing this initiative, and the money is being allocated. Unfortunately, this pertains to the territory of Ukraine controlled by the Ukrainian government. However, most people affected by the war have housing that was damaged or completely ruined, or they have lost access.
Населених пунктів, зруйнованих або окупованих, вони не мають права, і наша комісія розглядає варіанти в умовах того, що ви знаєте, закон 11161, який прирівнює будь-яке житло на ТОТ, на тимчасово окупованій території, до зруйнованого і надає право отримання сертифікатів. Ви знаєте, цей закон поки не підписаний, ну вже довго не підписаний президентом, тому наша комісія розробила...
It is the objective of our commission to develop the legal framework. We have developed the draft bill, and it addresses the problem of the destroyed housing in temporarily occupied housing, and for citizens who have housing in temporarily occupied territories, they shall have the right to apply for compensation, and it is being administered in the form of certificates or documents to reinstate the rights of citizens to housing, and that is the guarantee provided by the state. And once we conduct the stock taking of all housing facilities in temporarily occupied territories, we will be able to launch the actual implementation phase. Once the martial law is lifted, thanks to the expert potential of international organizations, our partners, and those who have access to satellite equipment that can help to create the databases, we can create the register of housing in the temporarily occupied territories that will enable our citizens to apply for compensation, to receive certificates as the guarantee of the state to pay this compensation. In addition to it, we are considering what would be the optimal method for the government to provide best guarantees to our citizens who lost their housing, and how they can apply for participation in this program. And I welcome the recent initiative of the Council of Europe Office and the State Youth Housing Agency that will enable over 1,000 Ukrainian families to receive housing and receive bank loans on preferential conditions. And we welcome the activism of Ukrainian citizens that don't wait for the state to resolve their problems and they address their needs. They stay in Ukraine, they work, they create businesses, they consider investing into their housing. And yet we understand that there is a huge demand for such loans and such program certificates, and we have approximately 30 families potentially competing for one loan. That is a lot. We are committed to conducting stock taking of all housing facilities according to the law that became effective on March 5. The Cabinet of Ministers has developed most of the legal instruments, most of the secondary legislation needed to implement this law and to conduct the stock taking of all housing facilities. And it will be administered at the local, regional level, involving municipal authorities and local self-government bodies. Tomorrow we are going to hold the workshop at Ukrinform, involving our partners, local self-government bodies, and also UN program, and also UN bodies and other authorities, and our colleagues are developing the concept, and the terms of reference will be completed in the near future, and the government will be able to launch this program. And the idea is to make sure that citizens have access to the register and interactive map detailing all housing facilities. And currently we are talking about the partnership of the state and the communities, and it is essential that communities believe in the need of conducting this major stock-taking campaign. And it is important that municipal authorities and communities disclose information on their housing facilities, and it is necessary to conduct this stock taking, enabling us to make informed decisions regarding housing, including a number of partners, including UN Refugee Agency and other bodies. And we are consolidating efforts to address the housing needs of internally displaced persons and the war-affected population. I invite all of you and encourage you all to participate in this forum. Please check it out how you can register for participation in this forum. We have invited municipal authorities. Through the ministry, we have invited associations of local self-government authorities and municipal authorities, and they are spreading the word around about this important event. And to achieve to accomplish the objectives and the goals that we have identified, we need to consider conducting stock-taking of landlords available, not only housing facilities, but also landlords. We have discussed it with the Council of Europe experts that it is crucial for us to conduct an event addressing the needs of a war-affected population, involving national organizations, international organizations, and charitable institutions, so that we can make sure we coordinate our efforts. And we must involve all stakeholders, Caritas, refugee assistance organizations, UN Refugee Agency. All together, we have to develop the roadmap to develop optimal solutions and scale up solutions to cover as many citizens as possible. Thank you very much, Mr. Pavlo. Thank you for your clear messages and for having outlined your plan for the future. And you are working to satisfy the needs of the war-affected population.
Агресії це українські військовослужбовці і ветерани. І до слова, я прошу пана Руслана Приходька, який є заступником міністра у справах
Ukrainian veterans, and I would like to give the floor now to Mr. Ruslan Prichodko, Deputy Minister for Veteran Affairs of Ukraine. I would like to wish you good health, and I would like to thank the Ministry of the Development of the Territories and Communities, the Association of Cities of Ukraine, the Council of Europe, who invited us to this event. And I would like to start from the context, and maybe I would like also to introduce understanding of the processes. We are not the ministry which has to provide housing to the clients, but the awarding the housing is the key issue for sustainable and well-being of the families of the veterans. And this is a principle strategic question of the strategy of the state veteran policy. And we are working in synchrony. We last year have approved the strategy for the veteran policy, which we have developed. And for us, it is very important to work with the framework of the programs which we have implemented and are implementing. And we are using all the instruments existing in this country to provide to provide the housing for the veterans and their families. And at present, the veterans has become a big player in this area. And within the last 2 years, within the framework of the housing policy, we have provided in our programs under the deficit of budget funds, with the help of our partners and with the help of the Prime Minister and the President, and we have spent 16 billion hryvnia for providing housing to the veterans. And I would like to interpret this number. This number is reflecting a certain pain of the rudiment of the Soviet Union, which we have inherited. The housing code, the waiting lines for the housing, where the government and the local self-government had to provide for the housing. And this created huge waiting lists. And in 2024, we actually stopped providing housing to the veterans of the Afghanistan war. And we have huge challenges in this area. And Mr. Pavlo mentioned all of them, and this is a catastrophe. Actually, these are huge numbers, and the huge resources are needed to address these issues. But nevertheless, we found an opportunity, and this is a confirmation of the fact that irrespective of whatever context, political situation and economic situation and security situations, the state has to implement the obligations of the state, and in the form of the subventions, we have provided the amounts of 5 to 6 billion hryvnia to the local communities, and it gave an opportunity to 2,600 military men and women had an opportunity to get the housing, but these are huge amounts, and Pavlo has gave us the context, and we understand that this is only a certain ratio of the general need, and we started to work with the e-recovery, and this is a huge, very important tool which will help us, and we are going to be the partners in this component, and at present we are developing the relevant draft law, and we participate in developing this law. We have included the categories of which we take care of. We have included them into the priority group so that they can get the certificates for the housing, but we understand that we have to strengthen this component and interaction within the framework of the budget law for 2025. We have about 4 billion hryvnia to provide housing for the veterans with the disability of the first and the second category, and this gives us a possibility to provide this category with housing, and this is a question of principle. Well, previously they had to be enrolled in the waiting list, and then maybe in 10 years' time they might be able to get this housing, but it is quite understandable that the person who has his or her limbs amputated, well, it's absolutely irresponsible of us to offer them to get enrolled into the waiting list. Well, we were not able to close this need completely, but nevertheless we are working on it. Yesterday, by the order of the Cabinet of Ministers, the subventions have been allocated in accordance with the program 719, and in accordance with the monthly schedule, we are going to provide the funds to be able to provide the housing to 1.5 thousand of the veterans. And together with the Ministry of Development of Territories, together with the Youth Housing Fund, we are working on the issue of providing the accessible housing, and we are trying to expand the horizons of the possibilities and to focus the programs for the military men who are IDPs, and IDPs in any case is our priority, and the wounded veterans are also are a priority on a priority list, and those who have been released from the captivity also are the priority for us. So we continue. We believe that we have to create the possibility to offer the mortgage programs which are affordable for them, and we are going to create the synergy with the local budget so that they can participate in topping up the financing from the to the rates which we are going to offer. We are talking about the affordable mortgage with the low interest rates, because we understand the level of risk, especially in the small communities. That's why all it is going to be reflected in our program, understanding that in any case, any country of the world is incapable, with whatever level of development of the economy, to immediately provide housing for everyone. So that's why we start a pilot resolution this year, which envisages the possibility of compensation from the part of the leasing fees or of the rents for the veterans who are IDPs. This program is has low efficiency at present. And at present, we are working to improve these conditions to amend this program and to create the construction which will be able to support these activities. The logic is very simple. If for the period of waiting for the housing, the state has to provide certain support to get some housing. This program is already launched, and but the beneficiary number is small. So we are going to amend this program, taking into account our experience, ask the oblast military state administrations to find the beneficiaries, to find the people who apply to us, but due to certain reasons we refuse them. So we have to adjust these approaches to be able to launch this big program. Today we are developing an additional decision. Maybe it's too early to speak about it, but now the president of Ukraine expressed the will to support this special program, and you're going to see that program quite soon, but I am not authorized to talk about it in advance. So at present, we have a positive dynamic. On our behalf, we are going to engage all the possible resources, and if we look at the previous year in the budget law of Ukraine for the housing programs, 5.7 billion hryvnia were allocated, and by the end of the year we have implemented a program which was worth 10.5 billion hryvnia. We have doubled the amount envisaged by the budget. The programs are quite understandable to everyone. These are working program, so the monies are being used absolutely efficiently, and we are going to take into account the results of this program. And we are talking about veterans and IDPs. Unfortunately, some of them definitely have disabilities due to the war, and at present our state is the country which has a lot of scars due to this war, and we are talking about the balancing programs, floating programs, which can cover various groups of beneficiaries. And when we are talking about the agreement which has been signed by the Ministry of Development of Communities and the State Youth Housing Fund, it is going to cover the veterans and the families of the fallen soldiers. And have a vision about interaction and expanding opportunities to create the social housing. But here we have to change the philosophy of the approach to this component. And we are going to develop this program and this component with the Ministry of Development Territories. But a lot of responsibility is being laid on the local self-government, and there are different levels of capacities of these communities, but in any decisions and solutions, there should be a balance. The state will, if the state has an opportunity to satisfy all the needs by 100%, but nevertheless, we have balanced them with the appropriate capacities. Thank you very much for underscoring the priorities and understanding for the challenges. And those who are speaking now will have to participate in the panel discussions so that they can answer the questions. Pavlo has a comment. Yes, the veterans and the defenders is the first priority in our state. This is the way it should be. And it was very nice to hear how many programs exist for the veterans to provide the housing to them. And I would like to add that our commission has initiated to pass the new law on the protection of rights of the IDPs has been passed in the first reading. It's 1231 law, and it is gone from through the first reading, and there is an obligation of the state to protect the housing rights of the IDPs, and it's very important that the long-term lease and the temporary residence would be identified not on the level of the Cabinet of Ministers, but at the level of the law. And these provisions are included into this law. So please, I would like to invite all the members of the Parliament to continue develop this law and voting in the second reading. And now, Mr. Alexander Slobozhan is going to speak to us online. He's an executive director of the Association of the Cities of Ukraine. Mr. Alexander, we hope that we are going to see you on the screen. So the floor is yours. Good morning. I hope that you can hear me well. Dear colleagues, unfortunately, I am participating online in this very important event to FENTA, but our staff, the staff of association, Ms. Victoria Kovalenko, the expert on recovery, are present with you because housing is the most important category which needs to be covered. And Mr. Victoria Sidorenko, my deputy, is participating offline with you. And I am on a business trip now, but she is an acting head of the association at present. I would like to attract your attention to the following. First of all, we are not resolving the issue, addressing the issue of the providing for the rights for housing for the IDPs and vulnerable categories. Things are not going to happen positively. And we are going to expect that the state is going to do something for us. Well, things are not going to move forward because there are limited financial resources, and the priority is given to the military needs, and the people, after they come to communities, de facto they are being integrated into the communities and they become full-fledged members of the territorial host communities. I understand that this is a huge load on the local self-government authorities. Yesterday I came back from Odessa, 140,000 IDPs reside there. And I would like simply to share with you very interesting experience. We have been opening the center I Am Mariupol Medicine. And in each oblast center, there are such centers. I am from Mariupol, and they are working with DPs, and the first need is to provide housing for these people. But, well, there could be different approaches taken to resolving this issue: construction, loans, financing, donors, but it is possible to take a different approach. It is possible to provide jobs for these people who will be able to afford to find appropriate housing. So I would like to inform you that in the I Am Mariupol centers, 5,000 IDPs have been hired for various jobs. And this is a category of physicians, for example. And for example, these are the physicians, the doctors, and the communities, hosting communities really benefit for that. But because the specialists, by hiring the specialists, they are getting additional financing. So one can take unstandard approach to addressing this problem. Definitely, it is possible to say we do not have funds and we cannot do anything. Also, it is very important, and it's going to be discussed today, and we are going to sign a memorandum because the fund, the Association of the Cities of Ukraine, a new memorandum to implement the best practices which have been implemented by the municipalities. Almost 80 municipalities had their own local programs for providing youth with the housing. At present, we would like to regenerate this job, and we are going to sign memorandum so that the local programs are going to be adopted at the local level, because the local self-government knows better the problems of the people who are hosted by them. And we, as Association of Cities, are going to support it in terms of methodologies, and it is going to become a very good instrument of cooperation of the association and the fund, and this will allow to address the problems of housing for the IDPs. And the municipal governments, through Cooperation Fund, is getting a lot of positive experience. This is the simplification of administration of these programs, transparency, and the lack of no matter how one is doing, the mayors of the cities are always going to be criticized that the housing was not allocated properly. But the programs are going to be created on the basis of the mechanism of the revolving funds, and they will enable to engage more people to getting of such subsidized loans. I would like to attract attention to the small communities. The association the local communities of small towns can make local borrowing, and well, the funds could be borrowed for 10 to 15 years on the principle of the agreement by default, and the Ministry of Finance has to approve it within 30 days. And if these borrowings are going to support the issues of the provision of the housing to the IDPs, then the government can give a number of privileges. And we won't be able to work systemically on social housing if the draft law 2337 is not going to be passed. This draft law is dealing with the new housing policy, because now we are living according to the Soviet housing code. And when we are talking about the provision rights for the IDPs and the members of the communities, it is necessary to pass this draft law. And we would like to thank the deputies, especially of the parliament, especially the members of the committee who are working constantly and addressing this issue. And we would like also to thank the Ministry of Veterans and the Ministry of Development of Communities and Regional Development. But nevertheless, dear colleagues, it cannot be the initiative of the government only in terms of moving forward this draft law. This draft law is needed to the citizens, and first of all, needed by the municipalities, and it is needed to systemically resolve the problems of a provision of housing rights for the IDPs and other vulnerable categories. And it is going to be our story, but we won't be able to systemically address issue without this law. So please be proactive, maybe ask complex questions, and please meet each other, create the contacts, and listen very attentively to the presentations of the representatives of the funds. And they are working for more than 10 years on these issues with the youths and other categories of the vulnerable persons. And these programs could be tuned up to your own needs. Thank you for your attention. And we are always ready to support you. And you can count on the Association of the Cities of Ukraine. And on behalf of 173 municipalities, we are going to support you.
Через команду і через ті дії, які ви робите. Тому дякую. З нами також онлайн вже підключилась пані.
Thank you for all your efforts. We have Ms. Natalia Kozlovska, who participates in our forum online. Thank you for joining us. We understand you had some technical issues. Over to you, Ms. Natalia. Thank you, and I appreciate this opportunity to discuss this crucial question. I would like to refer to what Mr. Alexander Volodymyrovich has mentioned. Systemic changes to the legislation will lay the foundation to resolving all the housing needs and all the issues of the internally displaced persons. Unfortunately, EU countries have little tools available at their disposal to offer sustainable housing solutions to Ukrainians. For Ukrainians who stay in the territory of EU countries. Ukraine has an obsolete law on housing, and we have 4.6 million internally displaced persons, and also millions of Ukrainians who fled the territories where there are ongoing hostilities, and there are millions of Ukrainians who have no access to their housing in temporarily occupied territories. From our side, we are reviewing the government decisions to consider introducing the procedure of remote inspection examination of housing that stays in the temporarily occupied territory. At the same time, we are developing a sustainable solution that would serve both financial tool for communities to provide housing to IDPs, to veterans and other citizens, and that could serve a very good example how the state can help municipalities and local self-government bodies to address such needs of citizens. And the state can do so by developing this procedure. We are cooperating with the government of Germany, and we have developed a program to provide loans on preferential conditions to IDPs. This is the area that has great prospects. We can scale up this program. When meeting organizations of IDPs, I hear that they are concerned about the economic opportunities for them, economic possibilities where they can have jobs so that they can satisfy their housing needs independently. We encourage local self-government bodies to use the possibilities that they can find with financial institutions and institutions that provide funding. Together, you can solve the problems of IDPs and address their housing needs while making sure that IDPs integrate well in your communities and perform different vital important functions, work in education, healthcare, and are well integrated overall economically at the level of community. I hope that as a result of this forum, we will develop key recommendations and a joint vision how we can work together. And this cooperation, I'm sure, based on the previous experience and success stories, we can achieve very important results for our country. Please participate in the discussion, ask questions, because the quality of the projects we are talking about depends on contribution of each of you. I am very grateful to the colleagues from the Parliamentary Commission, in particular, that is the Temporary Special Commission on the Protection of Property and the Non-Property Rights of IDPs and other war-affected population. I wish you fruitful work today. Thank you, Ms. Natalia. And actually, today we are transitioning from discussion to developing very concrete plans and roadmap. I invite you, dear colleagues, to participate in our forum and the panel discussions. We are done with the opening of the forum and welcome remarks, and now we proceed to actual work, to the actual content of our discussion. That is the housing policy reform and the challenges for communities. I encourage all of you to consider where we are with the housing policy reform and what obstacles can you identify that prevent us from being able to implement this reform effectively. I would like to invite the experts who will participate in this panel discussion. Mr. Sergei Komnatny, coordinator of the Working Group on Housing Legislation from the Ministry for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Mr. Sergei Marushchenko, Senior Project Officer of the Council of Europe, Project Facilitating Housing Solutions for the War-Affected Population, and Ms. Alina Moskalenko, Director of the public organization Housing Institute. I encourage you to focus at practical solutions. We would like to begin by giving floor to Mr. Sergei Komnatny. I would like to ask you a very specific question, and I would like to know what you think about the progress of implementation by Ukraine of the housing policy reform, in particular with regard to Ukraine facility instrument. Good day, dear Maria, dear forum participants. First of all, let me express my gratitude to the forum organizers. That is a very important event. I would like to address the topic of the housing policy reform. During the opening of the forum, we heard from our colleagues and from members of Parliament of Ukraine about important steps to be taken with regard to addressing the housing needs of the population. Yet, implementation of the housing policy reform is linked to the number of challenges. International partners, international organizations, and Ukrainian organizations can confirm that over the past 30 years, the implementation of the housing policy reform was lacking consistency. That is why last year, the action plan developed together with the Council of Europe includes the housing policy reform. It belongs to Chapter 7, Human Capital. It provides for changing the underpinning philosophy and paradigm and the concept of the housing policy reform. Ukraine Facility Plan has 150 indicators across each sector, and the housing policy reform has its own indicators. I will present the key points regarding this reform and the status in the reform implementation. First of all, the housing policy reform provides for abolishment of the housing code. Instead, we ought to have a new law on the foundation of the housing policy. This law should set the framework for the housing policy reform and its implementation. The law has been developed. Mr. Alexander Slobozhan addressed this issue a few minutes ago. This law was developed in partnership with national experts and international partners and experts. The working group was created to draft this law that involved the experts from the Council of Europe office in Ukraine, UN Refugee Agency, and the European Economic Commission, and many other partners. Sorry if I forget some of the organizations that joined efforts in drafting this law. And during the past year, this working group conducted a lot of work. They conducted a number of public events, and the draft law was coordinated according to the approval procedure that we have in Ukraine. What is happening with this draft law? On the 3rd of January 2025, this draft law has been approved by the government as the government-authored draft law, and it was submitted to the parliament. The Line Parliamentary Committee on State Governance and Local Self-Government, they approved this draft law, and it was also supported by the Parliamentary Committee on European Integration. We expect that it will be presented to the Parliament and it will be adopted in the first reading. I would like to mention that like other draft laws and legal instruments provided for by the Ukraine Facility Plan, this draft law has been approved by the European Commission. It is essential to have this evaluation of the draft law to make sure that this draft law complies with all the requirements and the standards of the European Union, and European Commission should verify that. It belongs to the range of the draft laws that have the title European Integration Draft Law. I request the member of Parliament to consider this draft law. Please do not forget about it, because it entails further steps to be made. It is necessary to develop secondary legislation to facilitate implementation of this law, and in fact, it means that 70 laws have to be amended or reviewed, including sectoral laws. Next law that I would like to talk about within the framework of Ukraine Facility Plan, that is the law on making a new law or making amendments to the applicable legislation on social housing. In Ukraine, we need to redesign the system of social housing. We, in fact, had the social housing concept earlier, but we never had the social housing as such. In the European Union, social housing is accessible, affordable housing to large groups of the population, and it may be even better than the housing that you can rent on the market. Yet in Ukraine, we are prejudiced against the social housing, and Ukrainians believe that this is the housing for low categories of the population, low groups, not well to do, not well educated groups of the population. According to Ukraine Facility Plan, the deadline to adopt the law in this area is till the end of this year. To adopt the law that has been already submitted to the parliament, the deadline is till the end of this year. To adopt the law on social housing, the deadline is till the end of the next year. And would like to stress once again the importance of adopting the law on the foundation of the housing policy, because it will set the framework for the further housing policy reform. There are a number of documents adopted at the level of the EU and internationally that require housing policy to be developed at the level of municipalities. Considering strategic planning, in Ukraine, we never had a comprehensive strategic planning of the housing policy, and in the housing sector, the housing programs were implemented ad hoc, randomly, without coherent policy. However, how to determine the vector of development in the housing sector for the next, let's say, 5 to 7 years? As I mentioned, the law on the foundation of the housing policy provides for definition of the strategic planning. The ministry and stresses the importance of strategic planning in the housing sector. The ministry has collected the proposals from various stakeholders regarding the individuals to be nominated, the members of the working group, to further work on drafting the legislation. And together with the experts, we will start working on different sections of the legislation governing the housing sector. The national strategy will be developed. That is clear. We understand that. Also, considering that we live in the wartime, we realize that different communities have different needs, different problems. Some communities have a great number of internally displaced persons. On the one hand, it represents challenges. On the other hand, it represents a lot of opportunities, because a human-centered approach is the key in our activities, and the housing is the key to the effective integration of our citizens in their new communities. Hence, the communities have to develop their local or regional strategies. I encourage the associations of local self-government authorities to work on developing strategic plans in the housing sector, because that is a crucial component underpinning the strategy of local self-government bodies for the years to come. Thank you very much for your presentation. We request you to ask your questions online and offline. Your reflections are extremely valuable. I would like to ask the following speaker, Mr. Serhiy Marushchenko, regarding the following. Considering the lack of a comprehensive document governing the housing policy reform? How, in these conditions, are you able to coordinate programs in addressing the housing needs of the war-affected population? And what barriers do you see in implementing the recommendations provided by the Council of Europe in Ukraine in the field of the housing sector? Thank you very much for this opportunity to participate in this forum, State-Community Partnership in Addressing Housing Needs of Internally Displaced Persons and the War-Affected Population. Considering what my colleagues have already mentioned during this panel, and those colleagues who made welcome remarks, and Mr. Serhiy, we consider the European standards and conventions such as Convention on Protection of Private Property and the Convention containing provisions on respect for private personal life.
Говорячи про реформу і ті процеси, які ми сьогодні обговорюємо,
talking about the reforms, it is mentioned to underscore that unfortunately the process of reform of the legislation is very lengthy and takes a lot of time. And well, this is not only the question of the reform of the housing, but also it is relevant to other reforms. And it's very important to move in parallel tracks and to focus attention on the practical solutions in the localities which could be used in terms of providing housing for the IDPs and the population which suffered from the war. And we would like to underscore the decisions and solutions which are implemented by the state. They are very important and they are the component of the reform which has been launched. And first of all, these are the pecuniary assistance for rents and subsidies for the rents for the IDPs. And these are also compensation mechanisms and payments which are being made. And for each of the directions, we can make a lot of comments, but take into account limited time for this intervention. I would like to focus on several issues. As for the subsidies of rent for the IDPs, we understand that the focus of reform, which is being started at present, and that the rules of the Ukraine Facility Plan tells us that the legislation has to change and take into account the needs only of the IDPs, the veterans, and the population which suffer, but also to address the needs of all the other categories of the citizens who were in the waiting list for housing in the past. And this increases the load on the system at present. So subsidy for rent is one of the tools which has to be integrated into the practical implementation of the reform. The compensations is very important, but also we understand that the resources are not sufficient to meet all the needs. And looking at the examples of compensation, we can see various approaches to how people are recovering their houses and get the payments. And there are several tracks, the public, the government track of recovery and assistance to the recovery by the international partners who are very proactive players in this field. And also these are the local budgets. The communities are helping to recover the buildings on their own. And this is very important aspect, and it is necessary to coordinate these processes, take into account the next steps, including the reparations and compensations and submission of the applications to the International Register of Losses. Another focus of the program is the program Прихисток. This is the program which helps to provide housing for the temporary residents. And these are the urgent decisions, so to say. But in practice, they become long-term solutions for the citizens who occupy these buildings for temporary residence. And these decisions and solutions are to be reflected in the legislation on social housing. And we believe that the example of the programs which is administered by the Youth Housing Fund are very efficient. And this demonstrates the focus of attention which has to be strengthened by the state in terms of developing institutional capacity of administrating of various programs. Financial credit mechanisms are at present in great demand, and institutional capacity of the Youth Housing Fund gave an opportunity to use the funds of the international partners to support these programs. I would like to attract your attention to the importance of the initiative of monitoring of the objects which exist in the regions. This is a very important initiative, and we have to link this with the practice which we were following. This is the program of temporary housing for IDPs. This program allowed at a certain period of time to create the assets and the buildings at the expense of the subventions. When the state provided the subvention to create such funds and use co-financing, and communities were able to use this program and to create the funds. And well, this is definitely does not cover the need and satisfy the need, but we believe that this is a very successful practice, and the latest cases are purchasing of the apartments within the framework of the work of the state Youth Housing Fund. And this approach needs to be finalized, and it should be integrated into the general system of the housing policy. And at present in this program, apart from the state funds, the international partners are participating, the donors who created the relevant funds, and we are using these funds to carry out reconstruction of certain hostels. And in the initiative of monitoring, we have to understand that the practice tells us, and the partners whom we communicate with are telling us that such objects are very few to be reconstructed, and those which exist could be owned not by the community, but for example the Ministry of Education. So we have to carry out monitoring of the available assets. It is necessary to take into account next steps and the practical implementation of the allocation of this housing, and in which program it is going to be created. Talking about these programs and strategic vision, Ms. Maria, you were in the working group which was working in the Ministry of Reintegration last year, and it was working on the commission of the Prime Minister on the initiative of the People's Deputies, and it was working on developing the strategic vision of the provision of the housing to the IDPs and the population which suffered of the war. And it covered the places of temporary residence, the temporary residence for IDPs. The proposals were developed to finalize the framework of the social housing. Financial credit mechanisms was a separate block of issues, and we believe that the draft strategy has been transferred to the ministry, and we can see that there is a political will to work on this along this track. And we would like to thank the ministry for proactive and is forming the policy versus the IDPs and the population which suffered. And we believe that this strategy has to be included into the general strategy of the housing rights of all the citizens, because these are the reality we are facing at present. and we, as the Office of Council of Europe, as the project which is focused on the providing housing rights of the population who suffered, are going to be going to be the reliable partner to resolve the challenges which Ukraine faces at present. Sergei, thank you very much, and thank you for reminding us that the work which has been done should be used. And the participants who online are joining this discussion, and I would like to read one of the relevant interventions. The representative of the Brovary City Council suggested that she wants to attract attention to the fact that the IDPs who are of pension age have to be provided with the housing because they do not have sources of income to provide housing for themselves. Thank you very much, Ms. Irina, and I would like to encourage you to participate in the discussion here in the hall and in line. Ms. Alina, the question is to you. Alina Moskalenko, please. Please, could you tell us what are the challenges critical for Ukraine at present within the framework of the reform and the question of providing housing for the population who suffered of the war, and focus our attention on how we can now make a transition from the solutions in the urgent critical situation to the long-term solutions. Well, thank you. I would like to say hello to all the participants, and since the beginning of the full-fledged aggression we have heard a lot, and we were talking a lot about the obsolete legal framework, about the necessity to start the housing reform, and the ministry and the government and the parliament and the government authorities, local government, self-government authorities, international organizations, experts and communities carried out a lot of conferences, fora and events dedicated to this topic, and definitely there are no doubts that it is necessary to make a transition from the emergency humanitarian response to the long-term solutions. And at present, the shelters, collective centers, no matter what we call them, all these are very temporary solutions which do not satisfy the need of Ukrainians due to the long-lasting war. And definitely we have to look at the options which will be more stable, more sustainable, to be able to provide our citizens with the sustainable housing solutions. And at the same time, these solutions could be various, and it should be an accessible social rent which exists in a lot of countries in the world. And in Ukraine, well, actually we do not have such solutions, or the number thereof are very limited. And the question arises whether it is realistic for a Ukrainian to get housing. Well, and let us give an answer to this question together. In Ukraine, the rank-and-file citizen who has no housing, to be able to acquire housing, to buy it or whatever, it is necessary to save the wage, full wage, for 11 years to buy the housing in Kiev in the secondary market, and 7 years in Dnipro, for example. And at the same time, we are the experts and we are discussing what is accessible housing and what is accessible rent. And in accordance with the international practice to which we are referring very often, the affordable housing is the one on which 30% of the revenues are being spent by the individual. So it means that a Ukrainian need to save for 40 years to buy the housing independently. In this context, different solutions and other solutions can help us. The subsidized mortgages, and for this, the program of the youth, state program of youth housing has been created. It operates in Ukraine, and the program of social rents and the accessible rent in Ukraine program. And for example, the program of state housing use program provided 500 apartments to the families due to the subsidized lending. This is a step forward, and it's a great achievement. But if we are going to move with the tempo at the rates like this and use only this program, the subsidized crediting of, well, we will need 1,400 years to do it, 14 centuries we will spend to provide the housing to the Ukrainians if we use this program of subsidized crediting. And it tells us that we have to make these programs more intensive, we have to expand them, and we can look not only at these programs, but also other mechanisms which might be accessible. And acquiring in ownership, well, because it could be other programs of getting, for example, the housing for long-term subsidized rent, the so-called social housing. But at the same time, in other countries of the world, the interesting and good practices. We are referring to these international practices, and there is an example of Finland. In 2008, in Finland, this was the program Housing First. It was a state strategy which continues to be operated at present, and this is an example for us, for Ukraine at present, because it demonstrates how collaboration of all the stakeholders could bring about very good results. Finland is the only country in Europe where the number of the homeless is not increasing, but it is decreasing by more than 50%. 68%, if I'm not mistaken. The number of the homeless has been decreased in 2008. And in accordance with this program, the government and the ministry have implemented the partial budget financing, have developed the policies and provided the vector. The local self-government municipalities started to grade these solutions in the field, and they were implementing them in the community. And also the NGOs were operating in this area. They were providing public control and provided the transparency of provision of this housing, and they controlled the programs of allocation of this housing, and the business was engaged as well into construction of the housing stock. International partners were providing expertise, including partial financing. So this program is operating at present, and it is called Housing First, because first of all there is housing, and only after the person gets a housing, they get all sorts of other supports, including the legal, psychological, and so on and so forth. So I think that we should not reinvent the wheel today. We have to simply take as a basis the international practice. We have a lot of international partners who are present in this audience, and they are present online, and they are helping us to implement this housing reform. And we really need some systemic collaboration with the wish, a desire to change things to the better in the country and to provide housing to IDPs. And I sincerely believe that this is quite feasible and possible. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Salim. And I would like to thank you for the specific steps you are taking in this direction. And dear colleagues, we have an opportunity to make a comment and to ask a question from the audience. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question? So first come, first served. And if there are no questions from the audience, I would like to ask my question to the panelists. Well, I don't see anybody willing to ask the question. Well, so far we don't have anyone who is willing to ask the question, so I'm going to ask a question, very specific one, and please give us the blitz answers. It's the following question. What message you would like to send in the context of the partnership of the state and the community in the context of the reform? A specific message which should be heard. Alina, are you ready? Be human beings, please. If we are talking about the provision of the housing to the IDPs, understanding on the national level and the local level of the decision making should be the following. The IDPs are the citizens of Ukraine, and they are not no different from the other citizens of Ukraine. Sergei, my message about necessity to support the institutional capacity of administrators of the program, which exist already, and it is necessary to expand them and adapt them to the current conditions. And one more message, the most important message for the communities. The state program of housing for youth is a cool instrument. These are the 4 messages which are great, and we are going to include them into the results of our today's discussion. Please share your ideas and thoughts about this panel, both here and offline and online. And thank you very much for participating in this panel. So we are going to move forward. Stay with us in this audience, and we are going to go over to the next panel discussion. The leading role of the State Youth Fund in cooperation with the community, successful cases, housing projects implementation. And here we would like to look at the existing programs of crediting and experience of practical implementation in the communities, and to make some recommendations. And I would like to invite Mr. Mykola Marchuk, the chair of the board of the State Specialized Financial Institution State Fund for Support of Youth Housing Construction, Roman Shabal, deputy director of the Department of Economy and Municipal Property, head of the Division of the Socio-Economic Development Planning and Accounting, Kharkiv City Council, Mr. Dmitry Robikov, mayor of the Horishny Plavny, Poltava region, Andrei Andriyenko, deputy mayor of Mykolaiv, who is online with us today, and Mr. Viktor Zhigarevich, deputy mayor of the city of Kovel, who is present here in this audience. And thank you very much for being with us and are ready to participate in the panel. And for the start, we will start from Mr. Mykola, the chair of the board of the State Specialized Financial Institutions and Fund for the Support of Youth Housing Construction. And please discuss what is the role of your organization and what role you see in the further housing policy, and tell us what needs to be done so that more communities will be able to participate in this program, in your programs. Please, Mykola, the floor is yours.
Microphone. It is okay now. The topic of the forum is providing our citizens with housing. This topic is extremely relevant, and today I believe that this topic will be always crucial and will be addressed at the high level. I represent the state fund to facilitate housing construction. This is the state agency involved in addressing the housing needs. We have a financial institution, state fund, to provide targeted earmarked funding to support housing needs. We are represented across all regions of Ukraine, State Fund for Support of Youth Housing Construction. We have departments and representations in different regions that reach out to our citizens to discuss their concerns in the field of housing. And today we are able to identify problem issues and develop solutions. Today, the key area in our activities is providing loans on preferential conditions. For different categories of citizens, today it is it includes youth, educators, internally displaced persons, military service people, veterans. We work with such categories of the population. Another area in our activities is when we provide compensation of interest rate paid for loans. I cannot hear. Hear the speaker. Працює. And today, the recipients of our services pay for utilities only, and we are working in 4 regions: Житомир, Суми, Kyiv, and Житомир, Kyiv, Sumy regions, and we are taking care of our program participants, our beneficiaries. Regarding our international cooperation, we have accomplished successful implementation in our joint programs under support of the government of Germany, under support of the Reconstruction Bank. We launched the program for IDPs, and this program provides loans to IDPs on preferential conditions. This program is extremely popular, and we have about 35,000 families that applied to participate in this program. And we believe that this tool and this program should be a key mechanism to support our people. Together with the Ministry and the Bank of Development of the Council of Europe, we continued our cooperation, and we signed the government agreement that enables us to attract further 57 million euros to continue funding this program. The advance payment required to participate in this program is set at a low level, and the interest rate is low. So this program continues to be popular and in demand, and we will be able to continue it. And I would like to express our gratitude to our partners who make it possible to implement this program. We cooperate with local self-government bodies across the country. Our fund administers 60 local housing programs, and they are focusing on youth, but there are also comprehensive programs that cover different categories of citizens and different financial mechanisms embedded in them. We are focusing on internally displaced persons and the combatants and veterans. Under support of these local self-government bodies, more than 6,000 families received their own housing. We continue our efforts. We do not stop at that. We have plans, and currently we have developed 36 local housing programs, and we hope that we will find the necessary mechanisms and the resources to implement them in 2025. We're looking for sources of funding. We involve international partners, and our objective is to help those groups of citizens that are the most vulnerable and need such support. If we consider advantages of such local housing programs, I would like to mention that each local housing program is adapted to the needs of the local communities and the population in communities. Communities understand clearly who should be the recipients of such assistance, and we work to improve the quality of housing using the local housing programs and already proven procedures and mechanisms. We provide housing to people in need. And I would like to mention that this mechanism of a provision of housing serves a mechanism of social integration of people with their new communities, not only to provide people with housing, but to integrate people in social life, local life, political life. It helps to provide communities with reserve of employees, of staff of companies. It serves a very important tool to support youth. They can internally displaced persons can use their skills and knowledge and realize their potential to contribute to the development of their new communities. And that helps increase the quality of life in communities and make it possible to attract investments. You all understand very well that supporting people in communities serves a good opportunity to involve subvention from the state budget, to involve assistance from international partners, and also it helps to support developers working locally and to contribute to the social and economic development of the regions. And today, I believe that through joint efforts, we are able to take this reform further and develop and implement best practices, international best practices, and best practices that we have developed domestically. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mikola. Thank you for everything you have done. Thank you for your clear plans in involving communities, interacting with communities, and we will talk more about communities in a minute. I would like to give a floor to Mr. Roman Shabala, representative of the Kharkiv region. Mr. Roman, your job title is very long. I want to repeat it again. I would like to ask you, what is your experience in the city of Kharkiv in launching the housing programs and how you adjust these programs to the present day reality? Kharkiv is suffering a lot from the bombardments and attacks launched by the Russian Federation. And what prospects do you see in your further cooperation with the State Fund for Support of Youth Housing Construction? Thank you very much for your invitation to this forum. Regardless of the fact that Ukraine is under daily attacks, we still have a group of very active people and those leaders of this area who are acting on a proactive basis and drive the housing reform further. I would like to mention that the question of provision of internally displaced persons and war-affected population with housing remains very relevant. The previous speakers have already addressed the importance of this question, especially in the cities close to the areas of hostilities, such as the city of Kharkiv. And Kharkiv remains one of the key targets for the enemy, and we understand all the challenges in being the frontline city. Constant bombardments and shelling destroyed the housing infrastructure. If we talk about the numbers, statistics, about 150,000 Kharkiv city residents lost their homes, and more than 10,000 fully destroyed or badly damaged residential buildings. The statistics I quote is terrifying, yet Kharkiv received more than 4,000 internally displaced persons, and the IDPs that came to our city became actually, Kharkiv city became the shelter for them, and internally displaced persons play a vitally important role in the life of our city. They are well integrated, and the city council created the coordination council on the issues and concerns of IDPs. We have created the department dealing with the problem issues of IDPs, and that is to address the question of housing. Yet Kharkiv continues implementing housing programs, and since this program was launched, we have allocated significant amount of funding, and since the outset of the full-scale invasion, the amount of funding allocated to housing for IDPs decreased, but in 2025 we have allocated the funding of 100 million hryvnias to finance housing for IDPs. That is a huge amount of funding, and significant attention is paid to IDPs, and they are the focus of our housing program implementation. They can obtain loans for up to 15 years, interest-free, no interest. That is like a payment for the apartment by installment, and we have already issued 66 loans based on such conditions. The work of city authorities can be illustrated by the following statistics. 90% of city residents who received the certificates to purchase housing using e-recovery program, they decided to realize their certificates in the city of Kharkiv. They did not move to other cities or regions. And most city residents who fled the city of Kharkiv since the very first days of the outbreak of the full-scale invasion, most of them have returned to our cities. Our program supports youth, those employed in the budget-funded institutions, museum, enterprises of transport sectors, construction industry. We support participants of anti-terrorist operations. We support combatants also through our programs. Conditions of the program are flexible. We can change them depending on the needs, to adjust them to depending on the needs of the program participants. We support those combatants who defend our country. They use benefits. They do not pay quarterly payments, payments by installment. And 40 million hryvnias have been allocated from the state budget to support combatants who perform their military duty, and the city supports them. We implement our program at the expense expense of our partners, in particular, state fund for support of youth housing construction, and in particular the regional office, Kharkiv regional office of the state fund for support of youth housing construction, and they are working on each case with all the dedication, and they consider all the needs of the program applicants, and the problem issues I outlined require significant funding, and we lack funding at the regional level, and the funding is not coming from the budget of the higher level, from the regional budget, because of the shortage of funding. And I would like to address the state authorities in the country to resume the programs of funding of housing construction programs in Kharkiv city and in other communities, in other municipalities. You can make a decision either to resume the programs of funding that were in place earlier or create new programs. Thank you, Mr. Roman, and thank you, City of Kharkiv, for your resilience. And I would like to say hello to all representatives from Kharkiv, those participants of our forum who participate online or offline, and those who cannot join us now, they can watch the recording on YouTube or later. And those who participated in the forum today, you can also watch this event recording later. Thank you, Mr. Roman, once again, because we discuss the topic of the city of Kharkiv. I request now to give floor to the deputy mayor of city of Mykolaiv, Yuri Andriyenko. You may have different experience in the city of Mykolaiv, yet it is very interesting to consider practices and experience of different cities. Are you there, Mr. Yuri? Yes, hello, dear colleagues. I would like to ask you what methodology, what approach do you use in the city of Mykolaiv in the field of housing program, and to what extent hostilities affected the program implementation in the field of the housing? I would like to ask you what plans do you have in terms of your further collaboration with the state fund for support of youth housing construction. Thank you very much for this great opportunity to talk to you at this high level. The city of Mykolaiv continues working on these important issues. We don't have resources and the capabilities at that high level as the city of Kharkiv does. Yet we are working hard, and we have two key areas in our activities. You have mentioned the program or memorandum. We signed it back in 2019 together with the Association of Cities and the state fund for support of youth housing construction. Hostilities that were taking place in the city or around the city of Mykolaiv, luckily, fortunately, it did not affect our situation in terms of our ability and capacity to supply housing to the vulnerable groups, and we have nearly completed the construction of one residential building, 91% ready. The funding is coming from the city budget. I also request to resume the national state program to fund housing construction for municipalities. It would help greatly the program implementation, and it would help communities in resolving the task of providing housing to those in need, youth, military service people, we hope for your understanding and cooperation. And I would like to mention, since 2014 until now, 202 million hryvnias were allocated from the city budget to support housing construction. During 5 years since 2020, 201 families were provided with housing. I don't want to go into details to discuss the profile of such families, but it is important that they receive this housing. And it is important to mention that you work with donors, and the donor support is essential to further continue our efforts to direct funds not only to building, to housing renovation, but primarily housing construction is of paramount importance. I believe you agree with me that it is crucial to channel funding to boost construction sector development, and for the city it is crucial. I would like to mention that we work with the regional office of the State Fund for support of youth housing construction, and we help our community members, and together with colleagues from the State Fund for Support of Youth Housing Construction, Vasyl Mykolaievich is next to me. We believe that our cooperation will last for many years and will be even more effective. Thank you very much, Mr. Yuri. Thank you for your readiness to join us online, and we're happy that you are supported by your colleague. I encourage once again participants of our forum to ask questions online or offline. And if you have questions to representatives of the city of Kharkiv or Mykolaiv, feel free to ask.
Міста Горішні Плавні Полтавської області. Тут для початку акцентую увагу про те, що, власне, в місті була прийнята оновлена програма вже після повномасштабного вторгнення.
A updated program has been passed after the full-fledged aggression, and I have heard so many examples from Gorishny Plavny during the last years. Everybody was focused our attention on this experience, and now we can listen to the opinion of the metro directly. So my question is, how have you implemented your housing solutions? Which are the results, the challenges, and what is the perspective in terms of cooperation with the Держмолодь Житло, the state housing program for youth, and your program? First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the participants, and for me, it is very important to hear the opinion of the representatives of the government authorities, experts, colleagues, and maybe to share our experience. Maybe it will be relevant for the colleagues. I would like to tell you in a nutshell about the housing programs which are operating in our communities. I would like to talk about the cooperation with the State Housing Fund for Youths and share our vision of how to improve the operations in the area. We have developed several efficient mechanisms which give an opportunity to make housing more affordable. We compensate the interest rates for loans, and when an example, when the program for housing for youth is issuing loans, we actually pay the interest rate from the local budget. And in cooperation, or in accordance with the program of the affordable housing, 30 to 70% which are paid by the participants, we compensate 20% to the participant of the program from the local budget, from the state budget. So this is 30, 20, and 50 is being paid by the participant of the program. And we also help to make the first contribution to decrease the value of the mortgages. And we also have a program 50 by 50 and the programs 10 to 90. This is when we engage into the program the specialists which are necessary for the community, the teachers, engineers, and the doctors. So we provide the funds to buy part of to pay the part of the price of the housing for 10 and 15 years, and this after the expiration of this period, the housing becomes the property of the specialist, and thus we have attracted 51 specialists to the city and provided housing for them. And the key participants of this program is the fund, and we have issued 124 loans, and also the 34 participants acquired the housing within the program of the affordable housing. And what can we do to improve this situation and the work? We can provide the land plots on easy terms to the developer. If he is going to he provides 20% of the apartments on the easy terms, and it works well. And we have to be very open and tell that to provide housing to everyone who needs that, well, it is impossible. And my colleagues mentioned that it will take us like thousands of years. I quite agree to that. We have to provide housing at all levels of government, the vulnerable groups of population, people who have the urgent need for that, such categories as the veterans with the disabilities of the first and the second level group. And the state has to provide this housing in cooperation with the other players and the actors. And the government and the local self-government authorities have to promote the provision of housing, and only vulnerable groups of population, and also vulnerable groups of population have to be provided with the social housing in the sense which was mentioned today by the experts and the colleagues. And this should be quite understandable, transparent, and easy. And I'd like also to say that we are cooperating with the GZ project for development of the resilience communities plans, and also the development of the spatial plans. And this will give us an opportunity to participate in co-financing programs with such organizations as GZ, NEFCO, and to engage the donor funds possibly, which will allow us to develop the programs of the city of construction of housing. And there are certain age qualification. This is 35 years, and the WHO believes that young people are considered to be people who are under 44, and the qualifications are changing. And we understand that there are certain, terms of repaying the loan, and we understand that we lack engineers, we leave technicians, we lack workforce, and willy-nilly the pension age is going to increase. In Denmark, for example, a week ago, the law was passed with the pension age of 70 years. Definitely this process is evolving gradually in Europe, but at present we have situation in Ukraine that the workforce is limited. So in our community, we are actually engaging the retired people, the pensioners, to work, and we are engaging them on the basis of assistance programs. We have an opportunity to build social housing, but we would like to ask the legislator to help us do it, because we can construct the housing, but how is it possible to transfer the social housing to the vulnerable groups of population? We are ready to engage the management company which is going to manage the social housing, but we need very drastic changes in the legislation. Today we were discussing the concept, and I think that this should be one of the priorities in the concept as of creating the management companies for the social housing. We do have resources, we would like to build this housing, but unfortunately the process of management becomes too bureaucratic. So summarizing, I would like to thank everybody who is working with us from the state fund of the Housing Fund for Youths. We have been working for more than 25 years, and the mechanisms are very effective, efficient, and nobody really prevents us to create additional options so that people could feel the improvements and will get an opportunity to become the owners or the lessees of the housing. Well, first of all, we would like to thank you for the good news that you said that you are 40 and you are still young, and then you are not going to retire soon. But I would like to ask you a question which I am asked quite often, and I think that a lot of people have to answer this question. So the question is the following: what became the main argument for your community to take a decision that it is necessary to compensate the interest rates, to develop the programs, to look for the ways to give people an opportunity to get housing? Because this question is always been asked when the solutions and decisions are being advocated at the local level. So maybe you can tell us from your practice what really made you to do all this. The answer is very simple. All of us understand that the main resource in 21st century, this is human resources. And that's why we first of all invest into people, and then we are investing into the hardware. Thank you for this answer. This is a very important approach, and this should be an argument for all of us. And maybe we can put it into the ideas, this idea into a bank idea. And I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Viktor Zhigorovich. He is the deputy mayor of the city of Kovel. And Mr. Viktor, could you please tell us about your experience and which resources your community is using, how the program of support of the solution of the housing issues are being done, and whether the city of Kovel is looking for engaging the international assistance and how this international assistance could be most efficient and effective for you. Good morning, dear participants. Thank you very much for giving me a floor. And I have an honor to present our Kovel community. And this is in the center of Volyn Oblast, and it was created consolidating 14 rural communities to the city of Kovel. The area of our community, the area is 311 square kilometers, and the population as of now is 72,820 people, and 3,889, these are the IDPs. And after the full-fledged aggression of the Russian Federation, our community, not a single day was not idle. We were accepting evacuated individuals daily. And we have placed them into the temporary residence areas, and we provided humanitarian assistance, and we were doing everything possible to make our IDPs comfortable. And then we faced a dilemma immediately. We understood that we need to increase the housing stock of temporary housing for the residents of IDPs. And we have carried out an audit of all the buildings of the municipal property of the city, and which could be repaired, reconstructed, and could be used for the temporary residence of IDPs. And as a result of this, we have taken a decision to carry out a reconstruction of the building, administrative building at Dragomanova 17th Street, which for a long period of time was not used to the purpose, and it was constructed more than 100 years ago. And we have developed all the technical documentation and land allocation documentation, developed the project and submitted it to the competition for a grant. And it was about reconstruction of the building to transform it into the housing stock. And the northern, the NEFCA company has received a grant from this company, and it was 1,860,000 hryvnia. And we use these funds to reconstruct the building in accordance with the design, and it was replanned, and we also added the third attic level, and we have constructed 24 apartments well, and it was equipped with all the necessary equipment for the comfortable residence there. And this project was implemented in 2023, and at the beginning of 2024 it was commissioned, and we have carried out the allocation of 76 IDPs into this building. And during the implementation of this project, we understood that it will be not sufficient, and we decided to participate in the next project. And we used also the funds by international donors through NEFCO, and it was named, the project was named Support of the EU to provide housing for the IDPs in Kovel, and we decided to build a new building, a new apartment building. And the grant was 4,008,609 euro. We have designed a new apartment building of 70 apartments. And when we've started to get the permit to construction, we were not given the permission because the construction norms have been changed. But we have constructed a shelter, bomb shelter to this building, and at present we have a modern the building with the solar panels, the passenger lifts, housing, children's ground playgrounds, and the shelter, bomb shelter. And the project is at the final stage, and we are going to allocate these apartments to more than 200 IDPs, and now we are counting the scores to accelerate the families who are going to be first to receive this housing. In our community, we have the local program of the support, the financial support of the existing housing stock. This program was passed 4 years ago. Last year, in 2024, the residents of 88 multi-apartment buildings participated in this program, and the amount was 2 million hryvnia. And the residents had an opportunity to repair the roofs and to insulate the buildings, to upgrade the engineering infrastructure. And I'd like also to mention that in our community and in other communities as well, a lot of veterans of the war are residing, the combatants, the individuals with disabilities of the first, second, and the third groups, and the families of the fallen soldiers and the missing soldiers during this war. And this is a very sore point, and this is a very vulnerable group of population. They are even not less vulnerable as other IDPs, and we are obliged to promote construction of housing for these people. That's why in April this year, on the 24th of April, at the previous session of the Council, the decision was taken to approve the procedure of providing housing to the members of the family of the fallen soldiers and the missing military men, the combatants with the disability of the first and second and the third the conditions of the co-financing. This decision will give us an opportunity to provide this category of population with housing by transfer of the land plots through investment competition. Investor who in the future, after constructing the building, will be providing part of the housing on the conditions of the co-financing, is going to transfer these apartments to these populations. We understand that this will be not sufficient, and we are looking for additional financial resources to construct as much as possible. We have a lot of plots in the city in accordance with the master plan. Well, we envisage construction of the multi-apartment buildings, and all the infrastructure is ready there. So we will be able to act the national funds and international funds. And please, I would like to invite you to visit the city of Kovel and look how this housing policy is working in our city. And we can not only tell about our achievements, but we have a lot of things to demonstrate our achievements live. So glory to Ukraine, the glory to the heroes.
Я у вас не так давно була, і тут підтверджую, що чудове місто для того, аби його відвідати. Знаєте, тут, звісно, не форум присвячений.
Visited your city, and it is a great city to visit. This is not a tourism forum, yet we have to support Ukrainian cities and visit them, not only to look at housing solutions, but to visit cities to enjoy them. Thank you, dear panelists, dear colleagues. We have the opportunity for you to ask questions. If you want to ask your questions live or online, if you want to offer reflection, please raise your hand and we will give microphone to you. If we have questions, you have questions to a specific speaker, please mention who you address your question to. I represent Zhytomyr community. I have a question to the state fund for youth housing construction. Do you plan to introduce amendments to the applicable procedure of youth housing construction to increase the age to 45 instead of 35? And second question, in our city, we have the current program of housing construction that provides for compensation of interest rate for the loan issued by the state banks. The state banks do not issue loans now, and the question is, do you plan to expand the list of banks who are offering such loans in addition to e-housing? When you are buying the housing from the secondary market, not new housing from the used housing market, that would be very useful to involve loans issues. The banks, Mr. Mykola, please, can you answer this question? 35 years old, that is use. Yes, we already discussed this question today. And the law, if law is changed and if we increase the age of use to 44 or 45 years, once the law is changed, we will be able to change our program. Regarding state banks and the loans, we understand that it is on the standby. The state banks issue very few loans across the country. Yet we have the program e-housing and the programs implemented by the state fund for support of youth housing construction. We make our programs accessible to greater groups of population, and we help those groups of citizens who cannot buy housing without such support. That is why conditions of our program are adapted to the needs of our beneficiaries. In addition to it, we work with our international partners to involve the funds to finance the programs that have already proven successful. If we have synergy and co-funding provided by international partners, we can address the issue about compensation of interest rate and reducing the advance payment by the loan seeker, but it will be necessary to understand the mechanism of such compensation. The real estate market is working in Ukraine. It is a vibrant market, but we see the loans are issued at a quite high interest rate, and the loans issued by commercial banks are not popular. Dear colleagues, do you have anything to add? Mr. Mykola, if not, I would like to suggest we proceed to the next panel, and I request you to answer the question: what one condition should change in the country, such as state funding? What could be one factor to contribute to scaling up this program? Just one statement, one idea, 15-20 seconds. Who would like to start? Mr. Mykola, Mr. Yuri. I will speak less than 20 seconds. I would like to make sure we have no discrimination across the regions, because we witness there is a certain degree of discrimination. In spite of everything, we have to go forward. Thank you. Who else? It seems to me that, first of all, in order to facilitate, in order to make sure that those who seek possibilities to get housing or social housing, we have to make sure that the programs are streamlined to build ecosystem of this service. Correct? Yes. Mr. Mykola, over to you. If we involve funds, raise funds, more funds, we would enable more people to use the benefits of this program. Thank you for your support. Mr. Yuri, are you ready to comment on this? We don't see if you are connected. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for all your ideas, and we put down all the ideas that you expressed, and we have a break now for those of you who are participating online and offline. Please have a few minutes off, and we will come back here at 12:30. It is important to use
Будемо розпочинати нашу
Dear colleagues, we are ready to begin our third panel, and it is the panel on prospects for expanding local government housing programs in cooperation with the State Youth Fund, attracting international investments. We will address the questions if there are co-financing instruments that are already used at the local level, and what is the role of international organizations, and how to ensure effective cooperation and partnership between the state authorities, communities, and international partners in addressing housing needs of internally displaced persons. And I welcome our next panelist, Natalia Humaniuk, Director of the Department of Social Policy at the Ministry of Veterans Affairs of Ukraine, Mr. Holger Seifert, representative of the Council of Europe Development Bank. Mr. Seifert will participate online. Those of you who need interpretation, please take your headsets, or those who participate online, you can select the interpretation function. We also have the representative of the International Organization of Migration. We welcome Victoria Zolotukhina, Executive Director of NGO Civil Holding Group of Influence. We welcome Ms. Tatiana Boyko, Coordinator of the Housing and Utility and Energy Programs from Opora Civil Network, Ms. Anastasia Burau, Lead Advocacy Lawyer from Charity Foundation Right to Protection, and Olena Patrick, Head of Department of Social Policy of Rivne City Council. Mr. Seifert, are you there? We will check if you are online and if you can present your presentation. This panel is extremely intense. We have a lot of panelists and we have a lot of topics to discuss. I would like to give a floor to Ms. Natalia, and I would like to ask you what the Ministry for Veterans Affairs of Ukraine is doing to facilitate coordination between different stakeholders to address housing needs of vulnerable groups in a more effective fashion. Thank you, Ms. Maria. And dear participants, welcome to this panel. Thank you, dear organizers of this forum. Such forums are extremely crucial because in this way we can understand better the scope of the problem, housing needs of our population. The previous speakers addressed the point that our legislation governing the housing sector is quite obsolete. Hence, it is unable to address such needs as housing provision to vulnerable groups. The Ministry for Veterans Affairs works in close cooperation with the Ministry for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine, as well as the State Fund for Support of Youth Housing Construction. We provide housing and we take care of the concerns of our defenders, military service people, and our citizens. We participate in events and meetings, coordination meetings, also held jointly with the Association of Cities, and we take care of the needs of our veterans. Our deputy who participated in the first panel discussion already mentioned that the government approved the veteran policy and the veteran policy concept. It is a crucial document for us which sets the framework for veteran policy implementation. In particular, housing, addressing the needs in housing is one of the aspects of this policy. In 2025, we have the funding that has been allocated to us to the amount of 3.9 billion hryvnias. It won't suffice to cover the needs in housing of all veterans. That is why we work with other stakeholders and partners to develop concept documents. We have actually developed concept documents and we are waiting for final decisions to be made in the coming weeks and coming days. And we believe that we are doing our job. We would like to do more. However, we are guided by the laws of Ukraine and the applicable legal instruments for 2025. In 2025, we are guided by the resolution 719. That is the only legal instrument that governs the housing sector and what we can do in terms of addressing the housing needs of veterans. We work with communities and currently there is the round of additional funding allocation. The government adopted decision that the professionals working to assist veterans will be employed in healthcare establishments. Through this, we will be able to focus the attention of the healthcare establishments on the needs of our veterans, our boys and girls who been wounded, get to the healthcare establishments and don't know what to do next. They need assistance in navigating further how to proceed. In addition to it, we work with communities to develop annual plans and to incentivize communities to develop specific plans to address the needs of veterans. We have already prepared and publicized our quarterly report. I would like to express my gratitude to all communities who cooperate with us. We work with 9 regions that became the leading regions in addressing the needs of veterans, and we believe that thanks to our key document that we developed and thanks to support of international donors and the Ministry for Development of Communities and Territories, and thanks to State Fund for Support of Youth Housing Construction, we would be able to expand our programs to cover more communities and address the needs of the people locally. Our veterans today are young boys and girls, women and men who contributed greatly toward achieving the victory for Ukraine. We have to value their contribution and we will do our best to make sure that our communities have respective programs to address the needs of veterans and defenders of Ukraine. And the priority should be given to IDPs as well.
If we take 2 previous years, we can say that we have only 10% with the status of combat experience. This number increases enormously. We had 280 resolution, and with the help of which we covered needs of IDPs. Those IDPs who acquired the status of military combatant, former military combatant before 2018. Currently, this resolution is no longer in effect. Therefore, we have this challenge, and we have to do with that something. And to cover this queue we need 1 billion hryvnias. So hopefully, with all efforts by the state, by Hromadas, we'll be able to do that. Thank you so much. Thank you for such an exact number of money we need to understand the scope, because we understand the scales. This is what we have in our register. We understand the situation that lasts in Ukraine. And this is not the final sum of money, because every day we have these changes. Our men are being conscripted, they become participants of combat activities, they become people with disabilities. So thank you so much. We have a good, thank you for providing this focus. It's a very important one, and we are so grateful to have this opportunity to discuss this project, this topic. We therefore can build a very effective policies. You, dear participants, can also pose questions online and offline. So part of your questions it's not voiced because they should be addressed to profile ministries. However, we should underscore that all questions we receive in our chat online, we will compile them together and then we will provide answers after redirecting them to profile bodies. And recording of this event is also will be available both Ukrainian and English. Don't worry, and you will have an access to that. And our next speaker, Holger Seifert, are you with us online? So let me shift to you. So our next part will be in English, so please prepare for listening to interpretation, and we kindly ask you to use your headphones. My question: what specific mechanisms of financing of housing projects you consider the most effective as of today, both for Ukraine and with regard to military context, with the restrictions of budget?
To this important forum here. Thanks to Mikola and the ministry, but also the Council of Europe office here. We are the Council of Europe Development Bank. We are in, for those who are not familiar with us, in Paris. So I'm also in Paris currently. We are, of course, active in Ukraine, especially in the housing sector. We have several programs currently. We have them also in our strategic framework 2023-2027, with an aim to approve around 1.2, 1.3 billion in the next few years. One of our most important, what I think, project is Home for IDPs, but also the State Youth Fund, of course, which is also for IDPs. The Home project we have, and where we have an addendum already approved recently, is aimed to compensate homeowners whose properties were destroyed. And currently we have been around 3,000 households benefited from these housing certificates to secure new residential assets. CMB's commitment here, because you're asking for what we think is important or most effective, which is a quite delicate question, to be honest, because we don't know. We try and we think to know. And of course, we have experience in other European countries, and we try to adapt them. Here we have also technical assistance. We just approved a 10 million grant to complement the Home project and to enlarge the impact. This is a quite huge amount for us, and I think in general for a grant. So we are quite looking forward to this and to scale up. This is the aim: scale up housing solutions. We also, because here the forum has a specific focus, we are also working with the local governance or to strengthen local governance capacity. And we also have just approved 500,000 technical assistance to bolster capacity of the Ministry of Development and local authorities in housing project management. Here in this case, particular for repair and reconstruction of multifamily buildings and social housing. We also have in the pipeline, and we are currently developing it together with the ministries, a special housing loan program for war veterans when they have finished their services. You just spoke about you just mentioned them in your speech. I think this is probably for me personally the most important project here, because it's a quite tough job to be on the front line and be active in this war. And you need, I think it's very important to give perspective to reintegrate society. And once the war is finished, hopefully it won't last forever, and that these people need a future and they need to reintegrate, and this is where we start working on it also. What is common to all these projects we approve or we implement is that we emphasize strong governance standards based on, of course, international experience and international standards. Transparency is very important for us, accountability, and which is validated through these independent audits and or evaluations we organize. And we are very focused on effectiveness and sustainability. Effectiveness here is also not only implementation, this is also what is in what we call the final beneficiaries. For the last project, for example, what is in for the war veterans. These governance measures, we think, build confidence also among international donors and investors, especially here if you have huge grants, like this 10 million grant. It's not only CEB money, it is also EC money or other international investors, and this gives them confidence. Yeah, I come to an end. Today's forum is, in my view, a significant step toward coordination, national and municipal efforts in Ukraine, and it's very important. By the way, I think municipalities or local governments can play and will play an essential role here in rebuilding housing or developing housing solutions on various levels. I think it's encouraging and to see this very ambitious target of approving 36 local housing programs by the end of 2025. If CP can help, we can try to help here too. And what I would like to mention at the end, once again, is also the good experience in cooperating we have for the time being with Ukraine ministries and local governments, but also especially with State Youth Fund. Who is very efficient in implementing our projects. So, in conclusion, CEB remains committed to support Ukraine's housing strategy with financial instruments, TAs, and other cooperation, whatever is necessary with local authorities. And thank you for your dedication and continued collaboration. Thank you very much. I'm open for questions if you have.
Okay, great. Thank you for your honest answer, and thank you for your personal touch into the question. In fact, it's really important for us as Ukrainians. And please stay with us in case of any other comments or question to you personal. Okay? Thank you. Колеги, ми будемо рухатись далі. Дякую ще раз.
Colleagues, we are going to move forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Holger. A round of applause are going to Paris. Let us move forward. And my question is to Anna Selesnova, IOM organization. And I'd like you to ask What are your perspectives in terms of expansion of municipal housing programs via different models, co-financial, technical support to Hromadas, and how IOM evaluates the level of preparedness of Ukrainian bodies, self-governing bodies, for engaging and cooperation with international organizations? I understand that my question is complex. However, part of this question can be covered, I think. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to all present for your attention, for your contribution to development of these housing solutions. Thank you so much. For IOM, it's so important to be here today. And currently, this organization, as a unit of UN agency, implements many programs related to housing solutions, not only of temporary housing solution, but as a corner, as a development of housing solutions related to durable solutions, with the possibility to be obtained by IDPs, so to let them own these houses in the future. So one of the most important programs is housing program implemented under the financing of Federal Ministry of Economic Development of Germany, with support of Germany Bank of Development. And this housing project had started back in 2020 in Donetsk and Lugansk regions. However, with the full-scale invasion, we didn't manage to complete this project in these locations. So after the full-scale invasion, our project was relocated in more safe areas to provide durable housing solutions for IDPs. We cooperated with many Hromadas located in their majority in western part of Ukraine, and answering one of your questions, it's true that Hromadas or municipalities are ready. They have huge experience. They see their needs and they're ready to be included in the development of housing solutions, to integrate their people, IDPs, because people are the greatest capital for Hromadas. And people bring their experiences. They come to these Hromadas with their contributions, not with only needs. So Hromadas, municipalities see, they have their vision, and IOM and other UN agencies are ready and support Hromadas in housing solutions development. In the overwhelming majority, I'm talking about urgent housing solutions, because many programs are directed to a durable housing solutions. However, we're talking about huge amount of money, not only provided by the international organizations, but by the state. So all these programs developed to housing solutions are both durable ones, and they need cohesion on the part of the state and their further development. We urge both Hromadas and the state to support durable housing solutions, to integrate IDPs. And we have such a trend such as integration of IDPs. So we also have another trend, localization or self-localization of housing programs. It should be implemented as well, as this is kind of a reinforced adaptation of programs within the context and needs of Hromadas, as they have different resources. So localization is a cornerstone in development of Hromadas in their support to enable them integrate IDPs. Let me return to housing project. Indeed, this project is paused. However, we hope we will be able to recover, renovate all this cooperation, because we have been engaged in cooperation since 2020. So a state youth ministry, we appreciate our cooperation. We joined our efforts to cover housing needs in different Hromadas, and we try to cover whole Ukraine. And our aim is to provide durable solutions. So hope we have further cooperation. Let us inform you about these further updates. Thank you for your support, and we see how your organization is so active, how you are ready to develop new solutions. To provide this contribution based on your experience, based on your project with KfW. So on behalf of the IOM housing project, we looking forward for our joint results, and we hope in the nearest future we will be able to announce about our achievements, and not about our implementations, but about achievements. So let me conclude my remarks. Thank you so much for giving me the floor, and I'm ready to answer your questions in case you have them. So thank you for your consecutive work, and hopefully these frozen initiatives will be defrosted, and your cooperation with the State Youth Fund will continue working with you. We have a Jubilee with IOM organization, as we worked for such a long time together. So let us move forward. And for me, it was hugely important to discuss within this program, to see specific people who approach us asking for housing programs. Who are they? What feedback do they have? And let me then approach Victoria Zolotukhina. She represents a public organization, and she actually tracks the situation within Hromadas and IDPs with different tools of researchers. So can you somehow outline, is there any progress in terms of understanding the needs of IDPs and local programs? So what feedbacks can IDPs do? And let me touch upon also a perspective how dialogue can be improved between Hromadas and IDPs. So let us touch upon this context as well. Victoria, you have the floor.
To answer the group of questions you raised, I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to communities that carry on with the project implementation. They involve funding from international donors, and they maximize the efficient use of the local resources, locally available in the local budget. They plan their future and they develop sustainable longer-term solutions. However, based on the research we conducted, we have been conducting research since 2022, reaching out to IDPs and communicating with representatives of the councils of internally displaced persons, advisory bodies of IDPs. I cannot, unfortunately, state with all certainty that there is a progress achieved in providing housing to IDPs. I don't see it happening on a consistent basis. IDPs during the 3 years when we started conducting our research, they continue raising the point about the need to receive assistance in addressing housing needs. IDPs realize that the state cannot resolve their issues or community cannot resolve their issues immediately. However, people require certain understanding and they would like to see the consistency in seeing the vector of development and what the state is doing. We have seen that various communities across Ukraine involve donors and international partners, yet it has a pretty chaotic nature. It was mentioned during the first panel. There are some communities that are more actively engaged in reconstruction and recovery, and some are less active, yet it deprives IDPs of the ability to see the vision and where the country is going to in terms of addressing their housing needs. First of all, I would like to mention that communities and the public today have to develop the roadmap and the transparent system to detail the national programs or the local programs and the strategies of the state, what scope of assistance has been envisaged. IDPs raise a lot of concerns and they are also very positive about some programs. Today it was mentioned already that the state fund for youth housing construction is an effective tool that attracts funding, but obviously it needs to be expanded because the scope of funding and the algorithm, how the loans are distributed, we understand why it is happening, but people having their own life circumstances, they would like to see more and more opportunities to be available to them. And we have to mention that there is e-recovery program when people receive certificates to buy housing if their housing was destroyed. And that is the first thing that comes to the mind of the people. They seek justice and they believe that the state has to compensate expenditures and losses that they have, and this is a very painful issue, and especially for the people that reside in temporarily occupied territories or people residing in the areas that were occupied, and people understand that once the territories are deoccupied, it will be still impossible for them to return because their housing has been destroyed, and that affects the fate of many people, many families. People talk about social housing. Not all people can afford to buy housing, even when there are some preferential conditions for real estate loan, for mortgage rates. The ability to buy a house is not always linked to the financial conditions, financial status of an individual. It may depend on the emotional well-being and the commitment of a citizen to buy housing in a particular community. They may have been subjected to traumatic experiences of loss of home, and some people consider that although they can afford to buy housing, but they would prefer to have rent instead to avoid the re-traumatizing experience. They would prefer to live in the housing that does not belong to them, but yet offer comfortable conditions and acceptable level of payment for such housing. Therefore, IDPs have an understanding how to proceed and what would be the best way of resolving their problems and addressing their needs. They also understand that the government has not sufficient financial resources to address all their needs. Coming back to the question of what we are discussing about interaction between the state and the community, I would like to say the following. There are IDPs that reside in communities. Here, I talk not about all communities, but they may say that there is a shortage of funding in the local budget and that they need the state support. At the same time, we hear statements that the state has a shortage of financial resources, hence they cannot support communities financially, and they claim that it is up to communities to support people who go to new communities. Yet the human-centered approach should be a key in all that the government is doing across different levels. And the individuals that come to communities, they seek to find a solution, but often they become desperate because their concerns are not satisfied. We believe that interaction between the state and the communities should happen and should be transparent. The state should play a pivotal role in addressing the needs of citizens, yet it is up to the degree of activism of municipal authorities and local self-government bodies. They develop best practices, and I believe we should share best practices and scale up best solutions and best practices. In some parts, it should be regulated by the state. It may be easier to regulate certain issues by the state. In some cases, the state needs to incentivize the local authorities. I believe that different discussions are being held nowadays and round tables on different topics, and this process goes on, but there are no outcomes we would like to see. We are still looking for best ways to address such problems, strategies addressing the housing needs and the other concept documents. I believe a lot of such documents are being developed, and they would help to resolve the key issues and help our citizens effectively. Regarding the local programs, it is important. Local programs existed before 2022 to address the needs of IDPs. They may have different titles, comprehensive programs, not only in the field of housing, but in other areas. Yet we have to address it correctly. We can create programs, but they should be working, they should be active. There are many documents created across Ukraine, but how many of them are being implemented? And the needs of IDPs, concerns of IDPs and other vulnerable groups need to be satisfied, and we have to develop not only the concept document, but also the concept of the resources and funding. We have to understand where we have to look for funding. And finally, the programs I talk about, they have to be related to other sectors and other policies, such as employment. If we consider the housing alone, that is not enough to facilitate integration and adaptation of internally displaced persons. We have to consider healthcare, education. Housing is first and the most important issue for the human being, but we have to consider it by an integral approach. Thank you for having presented your views in a comprehensive fashion. I would like to address the next question to Ms. Olena Petrick, head of the Department of Social Policy of Rivne City Council. We would like to continue this line and try to see the prospect and the vision of Rivne region. What do you consider to be the most effective tool to support integration of IDPs, and what requirements and demands you are getting from your people, and what requirements are there for you as the government authority, as administration. Also, Ms. Olena will have slides, will have presentation. Good day, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for your invitation to participate in this forum. It is a great pleasure for me to present the findings and the key accomplishments of Rivne City Council in the field of supporting IDPs. Our city had 1,610 IDPs before the beginning of the full-scale invasion in February of 2022. And we identified that most IDPs were coming from Donetsk, Kharkiv, Lugansk, and Zaporizhia regions. They need our support and assistance. And the first thing IDPs do when they come to a new community, they turn to the Department of Social Protection. They must have their status verified and confirmed, and they seek information about benefits and begin receiving payments and support. We created several remote working places for the professionals employed in the Department of Social Protection. They interact with the civil society, with the public sector. They receive IDPs in the premises in synergy with other stakeholders such as charitable foundations, NGOs. They provide food assistance, food packages, and other types of support. And it is effective because when individuals come to such centers, they receive not only their status confirmation, but they receive other types of support. The city supports such NGOs, such institutions. It was 600,000 hryvnias allocated to that end last year, and 500,000 hryvnias this year, 600,000 hryvnias in 2024, and 500,000 hryvnias in 2025. In the community, we have several municipal programs. We've heard a presentation of some programs today. Our programs are supported by financial resources, which is very, very important. And programs are targeting different groups of population, IDPs and other groups, through the program CARE. Each of the programs is aimed at the specific categories of citizens, and it covers IDPs that belong to a specific category. That is families of the fallen soldiers, combatants, defenders of Ukraine, people with disabilities, also senior citizens, and we provided support to 346 IDPs, and this number includes IDPs that belong to different categories, and about 10 million hryvnias from this city budget were allocated to support IDPs. In Rivne, we created Coordination Council to address issues of IDPs. In cooperation with other structural units of the Executive Committee, we have developed and approved the city program of integration of IDPs in 2025-2026. This program provides for measures to support different categories of IDPs. And the most important source, the most important aim of such activity is to ensure integration of IDPs and their social and economic support. And the key one of the key areas of in this program implementation is free of charge burial services. And we would like to mention that we developed some parts of the program as compensation of housing rental cost for multi-child families. They receive financial support, 5,000 hryvnias every month, and that is a part of the compensation that goes to cover housing rental cost. And one of the methods of support that we provide to IDPs, we call it reverse tax. That is monetary compensation from the payment of tax if it was established that an IDP is registered in Rivne city community and is employed by the company that is paying taxes to our community. I will explain it in detail. It means that the amount of monetary assistance is 64% from the payments of personal income tax. In other words, that is 2,300 hryvnias, and the minimum amount of reverse tax was 965 hryvnias, and 3,000 hryvnias, that is maximum amount of such reverse tax. And this money can be directed to improve housing conditions or on healthcare needs. And when we planned this reverse tax, we were worried. We did not know if it will work effectively and to what extent our employers would collaborate with us to confirm the amount of taxes paid, such as personal income tax. And up to date, we received 142 applications from IDPs, and about 1 million hryvnias have been calculated as payments due. In this way, we will be able to pay reverse tax for the period from January to May. We will be able to pay such monetary compensation.
So the list of documents is not as long as it could be. The only document we should recover, this is a certificate from your employee about salaries and taxes paid. One of measures of our program is facilitation in housing programs for IDPs. We have 13 collective centers for IDPs, and 566 people are living there who were evacuated from areas with active hostilities. So back in 2022, these dormitories accommodated thousands of IDPs, and then some people returned to the places of their region or were relocated. With Ricarda 100% health life organizations, with their help, these collective centers received repair works in wash facilities, to improve accommodation condition for IDPs, therefore fostering normal conditions. However, we continue working, looking for our partners to ensure and cover humanitarian needs, because in collective centers, we have people with disabilities, elderly people. They cannot rent houses. Therefore, different food packages, hygiene kits are so important, provided by humanitarian organizations. Also, subvention of state budget was a huge support for acquiring housing. 33 million hryvnias were allocated to IDPs, and 16 people with status of former combatant received this support. 7.5 million hryvnias were acquired by our hromadas, and we actually bought a special house of family type for relocated people. So support from the state is important because we cannot cover all the needs of IDPs. And back in February 2025, Rivne City Council signed a program and approved a program of housing solutions. And the aim is improvement of housing solutions, accommodation, and providing temporary accommodations for IDPs. We also signed a memorandum between Rivne City Council and NRC. We have managed, literally last week, we managed to finish repair works in 5 premises, and they actually were included in a temporary housing stock with their further redirection to the use of IDPs. You can see now what results we have. These are our first results. We have a lot to do in the future, but with results of this forum, with aligning of our coordination and support, we'll be able to do more, because most importantly, our city council has this understanding in the needs of further steps towards better future of IDPs. One of these steps is not related to housing issues, but it is related to lives of IDPs. In May meeting, we actually provide an opportunity for free of charge use of public transport for IDPs. And also we are developing e-ticket for IDPs, previously being provided only for people with disabilities and other categories. So we expanded this category, and currently there is a chance to get a personalized e-card. And of positive note, 416 toddlers were born in our Hromada by IDPs. We hope we provide everything possible to our IDPs, and we welcome them always. Thank you so much, Olena. Thank you for positive notes, including some demographic statistics. We keep thinking about strategic outcomes today. However, you mentioned things are hugely important. This human component should be included in all decisions taken. Let us move forward. For me, it's so important of understanding of sustainability of energy. So let me then move to Tatiana Boyka, Coordinator of Housing and Utility and Energy Programs, Civil Network, OPORA. So what is the situation with solutions implemented on the local level, both for affected people and for IDPs? And also, can you provide specific updates? What programs can be included in this area of issue and can be copied by different municipalities? I think it would be useful to hear from you. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me. I would refer to issue of needs of IDPs, continuing remarks of Victoria, because all policy should be built on the needs. And speaking of IDPs and the category, the most vulnerable category of them who have their property in the temporary occupied territories of Ukraine, and for those who cannot take different certificates and the state didn't manage to provide some meaningful solutions for them. So the rental possibilities are not fully developed, and the system of tax paying should be changed. So until we take into account all these aspects, we won't proceed further. So the state doesn't have any other sufficient tools. It just suggests 80% of IDPs we questioned and interviewed, they want to be owners in long-term perspectives. So they used to be owners, they had their houses, so they want to have property ownership. So the state cannot cover these needs, and actually the aggressor state should be accountable for this. So unfortunately, we cannot rely on that. The state of Ukraine cannot promise all IDPs that it will provide compensation for damaged and destroyed housing. So what solution can we provide? It can be the first installment on the concessional conditions. I'm talking about mortgages for IDPs. And it's a very accessible mechanism. 6% is the first installment. It's very affordable percentage, and for them it would be possible to get this chance. To provide these installments. However, maybe some other
Тут можуть також включитися проекти міжнародної технічної допомоги для того, щоб забезпечувати. Тобто, хто фінансує і в якому розмірі оцю допомогу на перший внесок і далі відсоток, щоб він був доступний. Тут можна говорити і можна домовлятися. Але я думаю, що якщо поєднати всі ці ресурси, то можна досягти такого компромісу і зробити такий продукт. І друге, тобто, крім пільгового кредитування, це житлово-будівельні кооперативи в реінкарнації, так як вони вже в нас зараз є поки що в законодавстві в старому радянському варіанті, то їх реінкарнація в житлово-будівельні товариства. Це потребує нової законодавчої рамки, але про що це? Минулого тижня ми проводили такі якраз обговорення, є великий запит від ВПО насамперед, це побудувати власне житло власними руками в складчину. І тут також і держава, і ці ж релоковані громади могли би надавати цю допомогу на перший внесок в таке житлово-будівельне товариство, а приймаюча громада могла би давати на якихось пільгових умовах землю. І також
громадас can provide concessional
several
conditions
communities
for land. We could implement such projects. We already implemented it with Bakhmut
we
region.
implemented this project together with Bakhmut community, and we involved the best architects, and it is linked to comprehensive plans and programs, and these two areas of cooperation, such as issuing loans on preferential conditions and supporting IDPs. I believe these are two crucial areas for us. We talked to a number of IDPs, and before they lost housing, they participated in numerous programs in thermal energy efficiency, in improving energy efficiency of the buildings, and they have different mindset, and they consider not only how to buy something cheaper, but they consider the life cycle of the building, how much you need from the point when materials are produced, construction materials are produced, and ranging from the beginning of the construction and until the completion of the life cycle of the products, and they consider alternative energy sources. And we also have standards of construction of buildings close to zero consumption of energy, except for alternative energy. If you consider such projects, such major development projects, it means you are prone to experimenting, piloting. And today we talked a lot about the projects to build social housing. It is considered temporary housing, but it belongs to the category of social housing. And the projects of international technical assistance that were mentioned, they contained green transition components. They are built based on best standards of energy efficiency, and it is important for us to analyze such projects and in terms of energy efficiency and in terms of social housing as type of housing. In Western countries, social housing is a cheap maintenance type of housing, and the operators of social housing consider from the very beginning how to build it, how to maintain it. Last week we participated in the event where participants of Ireland spoke about innovations and the best approach to building social housing. It should not be luxury housing, but this is the housing for the people that need a social protection. At the same time, that is a good example of sustainable construction and planning. And I wish we could use this model in Ukraine, at least partially, and the international donors could provide funding to such projects. They are also implementing this component. They have implementation component, not only design of the concept, but if we consider the local level, we should integrate the question how to fundraise, involving international partners and donors and communities that welcome refugees. Social housing is a long-term solution
but there are some other categories of people, not only IDPs, other group of people will have a need. That is why it should be planned as a longer-term solution. The state should do away with the idea to I believe that in the near future, the law will be adopted and free of charge privatization will be abolished, and the waiting list to receive apartments from the state is when 1% receives something and 99% continue waiting. Thank you very much, Ms. Tetiana. Thank you for your very wise remarks about the need to develop longer-term sustainable solutions.
So this component is hugely important to different housing solutions. So let us move forward. Let me give the floor to Anastasia Burau. I would ask her to outline their consideration regarding implementation of policies in the local level. So what issues can you support? And just to conclude this panel, I'd like to raise a question. So, how non-governmental organization can contribute in the issue of solving housing issues? So, thank you so much for the possibility for having this discussion. And as we have current situation, 4.6 million of IDPs registered in Ukraine, $60 billion is the situation of destruction in money to housing policy. So, given these numbers, we can conclude that the state cannot cover these needs to provide houses to IDPs. We, under no circumstances, do not diminish the importance of steps by the state. Let me mention e-recovery, e-housing, pre-stock programs, and rental opportunities under the program KfW. So it's clear that local initiatives play a crucial role, and we try to track the development of program in dynamics. Those programs present in different hromadas. In Oblast, we have comprehensive programs for support of IDPs. They are aimed at providing certain social support to support psychological and mental situation of IDPs. And also these include efforts to accommodate IDPs and also to form funds for IDPs. Hromadas include financing to these aims, both international and national, for repair works and reconstruction works to be further used in housing solutions. This experience is important, especially when we include or engage IDPs for these solutions, creating working places, etc. So such solutions are temporary ones. They are not stable. They cannot be forecasted, for example, for some time. And within this context, it's so important to provide mortgage or credit opportunities for people to enable IDPs to acquire housing, to become an owner, establishing a profound background. And I understand how many programs we have. Indeed, it's true. However, deep down, we can identify several types of programs repeated in different regions and cities. And Mykola Marchuk has said today about programs where state youth housing fund is implementer, and these programs are aimed at specific categories of people, including IDPs who require support. So let us not touch upon this part of issue. Let me emphasize other programs. We have repeatedly talked about them. However, we try to track their resultiveness in perspective. A program, private housing, that is operational in different regions. We keep tracking them for several years, and we understand that not as many IDPs can enjoy using them. For example, in Khmelnytsk region, we have this program, and under information based on the military civil administration, we acquired 5 loans for housing without outlining how many of these loans were acquired by IDPs. And as of April last year, 42 loans were provided and 0 out of them were provided to IDPs. Similar programs are present in Vinnytsia, Ternopil regions, in other regions. Private housing is also available up to 2027, and based on the statistics of resultiveness for 2022, we know that 4 credit loans were concluded and 4 IDP families and 4 families of military servicemen managed to get such loans. And also Chernivtska region has such program, and according to our information, 8 loans were concluded over the past year, 1.7 million hryvnias. However, there is no specification regarding providing such loans to IDPs. We voice this information not to criticize these programs, but to advocate and to disseminate this information about these programs, because actually lack of awareness about such programs can be a serious obstacle towards getting them. So it would be advisable to use a tool for IDPs or for other categories of people to have dashboard mapping of possible loan programs or programs related to providing loans or credits to make it easier in access to them. So therefore people will be able to gather documents and therefore enjoy using them. So more programs are needed. Other problem is lack of funds, and it's very relevant in the context of engaging of donor investments. Several regions have different programs, and as they report, they said that such programs were operational. However, state budget didn't provide financing for them, and they do not cover loans opportunities for IDPs for housing solutions. One other problem can be having an additional research in terms of how programs are effective in terms of responding or meeting the needs of people, and how can they be adapted and changed to be at best for population. Probably there is an interest to provide partial reimbursement of percentage a person should pay under conditions of a loan or other solutions. And in fact, such programs are present in the map where you can see different details, what regions, what categories of loan getters can have reimbursement of first installment, for example. And as we know, Chernivtska region has such program, and according to the reported data, 92 families enjoyed using this program. More than 2 million hryvnias were compensated overall, and the same compensation or reimbursement program is present in the Zakarpattia region. Beyond that, beyond those programs, which are aimed at supporting IDPs or military servicemen, we should take a look and analyze how this approach to these programs can be enlarged and scaled up as an additional tool to improve possibilities of loan takers. To summarize, let me draw your attention to the fact that in the local level, some additional efforts are needed to increase financing of agricultural activities or activization of employment opportunities. Without that, a person would not be able to use loan opportunities and will not enjoy free of charge housing accommodation from the state. So, answering your question, can NGO be helpful with this regard? Let me say that non-government organizations are monitoring the status of adherence to the violation of IDPs human rights. They can redirect, refer this information to the respective stakeholders, fostering solution or resolution of these issues. Also, let me mention think tanks, experts. They can suggest different projects, resolutions, or local legislative acts. Actually, we enjoyed their proposals while forming funds of temporary housing, when some local teams proposed very meaningful solutions. So they actually were forced to convince us in forming of such forms and funds, mentioning that IDP present a huge value for any hromadas in its further development. So, proposals in terms of different tools to local self-governing or bodies were also provided.
And at the national level, especially when efforts of several organizations are united, that helps to do this work in a more systemic fashion, to make it more comprehensive, to include more things, and to involve as many stakeholders as possible, and to have better results. Thank you, Nastya, for this comprehensive review, especially considering the areas where NGOs can be very useful. Thank you, dear panelists that participated online and Offline, we have a number of questions we received online from our online participants and offline, and we would like to address all the questions, especially questions from the media. We need to make sure this forum is covered in the media. So we will turn to you and request you to provide comments. Thank you, dear colleagues. We proceed to the final part of our forum. That is round of applauses. And we will have to move very soon because we will have to sign the memorandum on cooperation between the State Youth Fund and the Association of Ukrainian Cities. This memorandum will become the clear signal to cooperate and to have a stronger partnership between the state institutions and local self-government bodies. Dear colleagues who participate offline, we request you to turn back and move around this hall so that you can see the procedure of signing, and we will have the closing of the forum. We would like to give floor and invite to this podium Mr. Mykola Marchuk, Chair of the Board of the State Fund for Support and Youth Housing Construction, and Victoria Sidorenko, Deputy Executive Director of the Association of Ukrainian Cities.
Ото? Дякуємо вам і
Thank you very much, and we would like to ask you to proceed with your closing remarks, Mr. Mykola. Oh, microphone. He does not hold the microphone tight. He does not speak to the microphone. We thank you, all participants. We thank you, dear colleagues from Association of Ukrainian Cities. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miss Victoria. Likewise, I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of Association of Ukrainian Cities. Thank you very much, dear colleagues from the State Fund for Support of Youth Housing Construction. Association of Ukrainian Cities is a platform to exchange experience between communities and to promote best practices in the field of housing initiatives. That is why we believe that this memorandum will become a vitally important tool to create and pilot tools and mechanisms how to provide housing to the most vulnerable groups of population, especially those who lost their housing as the result of the Russian military aggression. We hope that our efforts to intensify the dialogue around this topic will result in many more Ukrainians having their homes, because a home is about protection, is about security and feeling of stability and the bright future of our young people. Thank you, dear colleagues. Those who participate online, we say goodbye to you. We thank you for your contribution, for your participation. Thank you for your reflections. We will incorporate everything, all your comments, and we will address them to the respective parties. Thank you all who participated in this process. We believe it will be continued, and that is